Good morning. Welcome to the museum. Over there on the table, you can see an example of what we're working on today. Can we go ahead and play the color drop slide? So this is what happened earlier. And what Jack is doing is he's evenly distributing that color around the clear bubble. So that's a nice turquoise color, even though it sometimes appears to be orange or yellow. So you can see when that color comes out of the reheating furnace, it's that bright orange color. But as it's exposed to the temperature of the air inside the building, it cools down and comes closer to that turquoise color. We're going to do another color drop on this same bubble. Hello, welcome to the museum. Over here on the table, you can see an example of what we're working on today, these chevron pieces. Right now, Sarah is shaping up the next color drop. The color that's on her pipe will eventually be draped over the green glass you can see on the screen that Jack has in his hands. So this is the color drop. You can see Sarah's back hand is lifted up, so we're using gravity to help pull that glass off of her punty and onto Jack's piece. The top color is an aquamarine blue, and the bottom color is a jade green. Even though the top color looks maybe orange and sometimes looks black, it will be blown out to a more blue color. So what Jack's doing now is he's using the marver, that steel table, in order to evenly distribute that top layer of glass around the bottom layers of glass. He's got 3 layers of glass right now. On the very inside is clear, and then we've got the jade green, and now we're working that aquamarine blue, and then we're actually going to be gathering even more clear, at least a couple more times. So that furnace holds clear glass. So when Jack comes out, it'll look that bright orange, and then as it cools down, it'll be closer to that clear color. But remember, he's got 2 layers of colored glass underneath. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the museum, you are able to walk around 360, get a different perspective of the glass making process. So that tool that Jack is using is called a block. It's made out of green cherry wood. It lives in water, and so when it becomes in close contact with the molten glass, a layer of steam develops in between the two to stop carbon buildup from happening and also to stop the block from catching fire. It's also why we use green wood. So that is a newspaper that is soaked in water or drenched with water to stop it from burning. And it's a way for the glass maker to sculpt the glass more organically. Hi, welcome to the museum. Can we go ahead and play the stuffed cup slide, please? So this is what we're working on currently. So eventually what has right now is going to be the outside color. And Ben is currently working on that inside. It's not actually going to be colored. It's going to be clear, but same principle. Thanks, Chris. So here Ben's taking another gather of glass. That furnace runs 24 hours a day and is powered by natural gas and forced air. You can see on the screen that it's bright white, bright yellow, and that's because it's just so hot. The glass inside both of our furnaces are clear. Hi, welcome to the museum. For those of you who missed it, we're working on this chevron shape, as you can see on the table here. Right now we're opening up our color cup over here on the corner while Ben is making the inside mass of clear glass. Here we're taking another gather of clear glass to build even more mass. Now the pipe is the hottest right when it comes out of that furnace. So Ben's walking over to what's known as our pipe cooler. It's essentially a water fountain. So what just happened there was the apparatus that will eventually be holding the stuff cup went inside the garage to preheat. If we were to put that hot cup on a cold metal object, it would cause that cup to shatter. So we need to preheat that metal object before we put the cup onto that object. Meanwhile, Ben is working on shaping the inside clear glass so that it fits, right? So we can't go inside the cup with a mass that's too large, so he's elongating that glass. He'll put a nice point on it so that when it goes inside that cup, gravity will touch it down at the very center, and then he'll shove the pipe down in so that the sides roll up that cup. We want to make sure that we don't tag the side of the cup, which is essentially touching the sides of the cup too soon. Otherwise, we will trap air bubbles, and we don't want any extra air bubbles. We only want the one in the middle of the pipe. So right now, Jack is preheating that punty. We want to cause stress right where we want the glass to break. So essentially, we'll introduce heat, and then we'll introduce water. And that'll cause that glass to go through what's known as thermal shock, and it'll break right where it's attached to that punty rod. What Ben is doing now is he's getting one final gather so that he's got that nice furnace heat when he goes to stuff that cup. We want that glass really nice and molten so that as that inside glass comes into contact with that outside layer, it melts simultaneously together. So Sarah's got Kevlar gloves on, which allows for her to briefly touch that cup without burning herself. Jack is causing that thermal resistance that he's making the glass upset by touching hot glass with a cold tool. Now vibrations are sent up the pipe, and it causes it to break right at that mark. Right? So he let gravity elongate it, and as he shoves it down, it fills that cup. And that's a stuff cup. So now the next thing will be to start sculpting and shaping our chevron shape. So now what Ben is doing, so what Ben just did there is he took the excess clear glass off of the end of that bubble. That clear glass was used to attach that stuff cup to the end of the punty, almost like hot glue. Does anyone have any questions for me? The shape of the cone, it's just for funsies. You can see up here we've got some architectural blueprints. We wanted to make an icon for the city of Tacoma. You can recognize it, on that skyline, yeah. What Ben is doing now is he's putting in a jack line. We're cinching in the glass where eventually we'll be breaking it off the pipe. So you can see in real time as that glass cools down, it comes closer to its final color, which will be a layer of jade green glass on the inside with aquamarine transparent blue on the outside. What we're doing now is we're using the fluffy torch to put more heat on the base of that. Meanwhile, we're allowing gravity to do its thing by tilting it upwards. You can see at the very end, it stays orange for longer because we have a larger mass of glass right at the end there. Yeah, for those of you who missed it, this is what we're making today. Something very similar to this. Hi, welcome. Now Ben's got corks because he'll start to deflate the bubbles slightly in order to get those flat spots. Now Sarah's at the end of the pipe holding shut that mouthpiece so that we don't lose air. It's called capping the pipe. Hello. So this is known as putting a bottom on it. It's the start of the process to make these two legs. So you can see that instead of moving in a circular motion, we've transferred to more of a flip action. And that's because the glass is still moving even though it looks to be colder on that back end. So we compensate by flipping it 180 to make sure that that glass object stays on center. Do we have a glory hole slide? So this is what we're using to reheat the glass. And on the front side, there are a number of doors. And as our glass object gets larger and larger, we're able to open up the doors of that glory hole to compensate for the size of the object. These are also running on natural gas and compressed air. And unlike our furnace, we do shut these off at the end of the day. We can't shut off our furnace because we would shock the crucible that is inside that's holding our 1,000 pounds of glass. So now we're using that hot torch in order to put a bunch of heat right in the center of that object so that when we go to make the U shape, the glass is always going to go the path of least resistance. So if we build up heat in that center, we're ensuring that we're mostly moving the glass in the center, and we can keep those little legs. So that is a piece of steel pipe about 3-inch diameter that he preheated. He preheated that so that when the steel and the glass came into contact, we wouldn't lose all that heat that we spent several cycles trying to get it warm. Hi, welcome to the museum. Hi, welcome to the museum. So for those of you just coming in, we're working on this chevron project today. We've got about 7 layers of glass, 2 layers of color, 5 layers of clear. Does anyone have any questions for me? Oh. The question was, is this project a commission for the museum? And the answer is yes. The museum does take on special projects. For those of you who live in the area, you'll have the opportunity to see Blown Away superstar from the first season, Deb, I'm going to murder her last name, Kreslow. Teresco. Sorry for my mispronunciation. She will be in the Hot Shop March 23rd and 24th, working on a special commission as well. She is part of our Women's Month for the month of March. So we had visiting artist Eileen from Quench Bucket Studio last week, and we'll have Deb, and we'll also have Catherine Gray. For those of you familiar with the Blown Away series, Catherine Gray was one of the judges. I believe she still is. For those of you just coming in, we are working on a chevron project. Good. It is this object right here. We're making several of them. This was an initial prototype, so these will be slightly different colors, maybe slightly different size, but that's the general idea. So for those of you who caught, Ben said, ooh, that's spicy, and that's a glassblower's term in saying that's really hot. The hotter it is, the spicier it is. You can see in real time as it transforms closer to that final color that we've got jade green in the bottom layer, and then we have transparent aquamarine blue on the top layer. That's creating those striations. You can see close to the pipe, you've got those two separate colors. If anyone has any questions, don't be afraid to ask. I am here as your visual guide. So now we've got two things happening simultaneously. Sarah's beginning the process of grabbing color for the next one, while Jack is beginning the flashing down of the piece. A flash is the term we use when we go inside our reheating furnace. So we're building up heat inside the area closest to the pipe so we can cause that thermal shock and break the piece off right where we want it to. Meanwhile, we're getting the whole piece back to this central core temperature of about 1100 degrees. So I misspoke. Sarah's actually making what's known as a sculpture punty. We're actually going to attach the pronged glass shape she's making to the bottom of this object so that we are able to work on the top side, make this nice smooth transition. So what this punty allows us to do is to have the least amount of contact on those feet, so we have less to grind. It's a post hot shop process called cold working, and it uses diamonds and water to shave glass off. So in order to do the least amount of cold working, we want our punties to be small and direct. So now Sarah is sculpting that sculpture punty so that we're able to land right on the center of these legs here. So for those of you who are curious about that orange spot that was in the center, you can see that now the glass is more evenly heated. We don't have that orange spot. That orange spot is only indicative of the heat concentration inside the glass. So when we do punchy up this piece, we're actually going to start to heat the lip, and then that'll be the more orange space. So what Sarah did is she went in that furnace and she dipped the tips of that punty inside the furnace to get a nice, really hot gather of glass. So we ensure that when that punty makes contact with our chevron, it adheres appropriately, because now that punty is going to bear the weight of this piece so that we have access to sculpt the top side of the chevron. Right, so we built up that heat. We used the fluffy torch to make that part of the glass really warm. And then when we introduced the coldness of the water plus vibrations, it broke that glass right where we wanted to. That's called thermal shock. Now what Ben is doing is he's putting his tweezers inside of the opening that was attached to the pipe in order to make sure that our chevron is on center or spinning in tandem with the pipe. So now we're heating up that lip. So when Sarah comes out of the reheating furnace, that will be slightly different color. We want to make sure that the backside is warm, so at least 1,000 degrees, but we want to sculpt and make malleable the glass on the front side. So we want to make sure that that's much warmer, closer to 17, 1800. What Ben's doing now is he's preparing to trim the lip of this. So he's tweezing out the lip because the lip tends to be thicker because it was once attached to the pipe. So we tweeze that lip out and then we're able to trim it. He's using the jacks in order to cinch in that area. He needs to get it small enough so that his diamond shears are able to get around that. to cut it. Does anyone have any questions for me? Doing good? Cool. The question is about the gradation of color concentration on our prototype as seen here. And it's 2 layers of color. Inside is a jade green, on the outside is an aquamarine blue. And what happens is we've blown the glass out more here, so we have less concentration of that color. Meanwhile, we've cinched in the glass here, so it's going to be thicker with a higher concentration of color. What I have in my hands here is solid glass color. It's in the form of color bar. This happens to be a transparent, lighter color, so it doesn't look the same as what we've got on the pipe now, but it's this used in the same application. So we took a solid chunk of color and we layered our jade green, and then we took another solid chunk of color that does have a different chemical combination on the outside to make the transparent. We do not make color bar here. We have 3 distributors or 3 manufacturers of color bar that are all manufacturing in Germany. Reichenbach, Gaffer Glass, and Kugler Color. So those are the diamond shears I was referring to. So he'll be able to cut off that excess glass on the top and also cinch in to make our nice pointed shape. The question was, is this object hollow or solid? It is hollow, which is why we're having to close it. That clear bit that it's now attached to will be removed in the final product. The question is, how long does a glassmaker know, or how does a glassmaker know how long to put the glass inside the reheating furnace? There are two indications of how hot we want this object. So right now we want the back end to stay relatively cool, so we don't want to take longer flashes. We're basing it off of whether the glass is moving. You can see it move while you're inside the reheating furnace. And what color is the glass? So we know that the brighter orange it is, the hotter it is. We don't want to get this object very warm right now. We're kind of working on finishing touches. So we want to make sure that the back end of that glass stays green, but we also need to make sure that the glass stays above 1,000 degrees, otherwise it will shatter and break. So that's why we're putting it in that reheating furnace and making sure that that punny has heat on it, because that'll be the first thing to break. So we're heating up that punny because that's coldest. It's farthest away from the heat source inside our reheating chamber. So we need to add additional heat to it. Are you suiting up? Question is, how long does it take to become a certified glassmaker or to become qualified to work at a place like the museum? So Ben is the hot shop director. He's sitting at the bench. He's been doing this since he was in middle school. Sarah's been working at the museum for 16 years, but has had a lot of glass experience before that. And Jack was part of the Hilltop Artist Program. He started in high school. So you can make glass for the first time ever within a day. We actually have programs for that. It's called Hands-On Glass. But as far as working at the museum, you've got to be really, really good. So now Jack has suited up. He's getting ready to load this piece into the annealer. So Ben is building up that heat inside that punny, so we make sure that it breaks right where we want it to. You can see at the end of that punny, there are these like cinched in areas. That's where we'll be breaking it. So this is called flashing down the piece. We want all of the glass to be about the same temperature, at about 1,100 degrees. Jack is suited up with those Kevlar gloves. We're putting water right where we want that glass to break, and then vibrations seal the deal. Can we go ahead and give him a round of applause? Awesome. So inside that annealer, the glass will go, and over a period of 8.5 hours, it'll go from about 900 degrees to room temperature. This is called the annealing process. This makes sure that the glass doesn't go through any thermal shock and is safe to live in air environment. Any questions? The question is, what is our combustion system made out of? It is natural gas and forced air. Mhm. Yep. You're referring to the glass on top of the garage? Oh, on the punty. Yes, the punty will be cold worked off so that it stands up straight, just like the one on the table. Remember, cold working is a process of using diamond and water in order to grind glass. We do not advertise the cold working process here, but there is a full-fledged cold shop on the back side of our hot shop. The question is, will the cold worked areas be brought back up to a high polish? Most likely not, because you don't see it. It's the bottom. Yeah, yeah. Can we play the kids design glass slide, please? So for those of you unfamiliar with our Kids Design Glass program, we do invite children 12 and under to draw an idea in order to be in the running to have the museum fabricate your piece. We make two pieces. One gets added to our collection of Kids Design Glass objects. Some of you may have noticed part of our collection as you're going to the bathroom. And then another piece goes to the family of the child who designed the glass. I saw some young people in the audience, and I figured I'd, let you know. So now we're going to be making that same object. Sarah has the first layer of color on her punty. So this is that jade green. Meanwhile, Jack is working on getting the layer of clear that goes on the very core of that chevron piece. Can we play the stuff cup slide, please? So this is eventually what we'll be making in order to get the glass on the colored glass on the surface of our piece. You can see that glass, it looks really orange, but that is the jade green. As it comes into contact with that marver that's at room temperature, it does cool down. The marver is the term for the table in which she is rolling on. I'm going to take a quick intermission, and I will be right back. what's happening right now is the color drop. So we've got that layer of jade green on the inside, and now Sarah just brought over our transparent aquamarine to go on the outside. It's this color combination that creates the striations or the gradation inside of our sample here. So now Jack is marvering the sides of that aquamarine. We want to make sure that the lips of the color are really copacetic, really well smooshed together, so that we don't have an area for air to be trapped. If we leave a ridge on that color, we will trap air when we go back inside the furnace to take another gather of glass. So this is our third layer of 7. So we'll be getting at least 4 more layers of glass on this same object. Does anyone have any questions for me? So the table that Jack is using to sculpt that glass is called a marver. A lot of the terminology we have for glass tools derived from Italy, so they sound a little funny. So after Jack pushes that glass down using that marver to evenly distribute that color, he's giving a little puff of air because the pressure of him rolling on the marver could close our bubble, and we want to make sure that our bubble stays there and not lose it. So this is furnace glass, specifically because we gather it out of a furnace, but it's also known as hot glass, even though it's not the hottest glass. Boro is actually hotter. It takes more fuel to melt, but hot glass came first, or furnace glass. And this particular technique that we're working on right now is a color drop. So we've dropped 2 colors. We have our jade green underneath our aquamarine blue, and then we're in the process of making a stuff cup. A stuff cup, yep. So we're gonna make a cup that we stuff full of more clear glass. And this allows us to get that colored glass closer to the surface. So I just asked who invented the stuff cup. Probably came from Murano, because a lot of these techniques did. So Jack is sculpting that mass of glass to kind of a bullet type shape so that when we go inside the furnace, we don't catch any air bubbles. So we want a nice peaked end and then a nice tapered back. So we've got a couple of other glass artists who will be joining us here at the museum. Can we play Deb's slide, please? Some of you might recognize Deb from the Netflix series Blown Away. She will be joining us in the Hot Shop the 23rd and 24th of March to work on a private commission. Can we play Catherine's? We've also got Catherine Gray coming to visit us March 29th through April 2nd. She is also on Blown Away as one of the judges. She will also be our featured artist at our Red Hot Auction and Gala. If anyone is familiar with that, this year it will be taking place September 30th. And our first visiting artist earlier this month was Eileen Lagasso from Quench Bucket Studio. Some of you might recognize her work that is in the store. She incorporates flatware and glass together. Here Jack is taking one of our next gathers of glass. So that furnace runs at 2100 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've got 2 furnaces here. Each hold 1,000 pounds of glass. And one of the benefits of having 2 furnaces is one is constantly finding out more glass. So the finding out process of going from glass particulate to liquid glass takes a lot of time and energy, about 3 to 4 days for the glass to fine out completely, which means to be a solid, clear mass. If you were to skip the finding out process, you would get something called seeds in your glass, which are basically unmelted particles of sand. Now Jack is using what's known as a block in order to shape the glass. This does two things. It cools the surface of the glass while making it a nice bulbous shape, so we're able to continue the sculpting of our stuff cup. Thanks for coming in. Have a good rest of your day. And for those of you who don't know, you are able to walk around full 360. So that is a wet newspaper that Jack is using to help shape the glass. He's cooling the areas that he doesn't want to expand while Sarah is blowing into the pipe. So we want the sides of the glass to expand, but we want to make sure that we have a point to our bubbles. So he's using that newspaper to cool that part of the glass that he does not want to expand. Now he's putting in the jack line. The jack line is where we will eventually be breaking the glass off of that pipe. The tool that he's using is called the jacks, which is why it's the jack line. So Ben gathered up a starter bubble. And now he's going to let that glass cool and take another gather of glass. We want our core to be colder so that the glass does not fall off the end of the pipe. And cool, remember, is a relative term. It will not be under 1,000 degrees. So as that glass is exposed to the room temperature air, it cools down. He's waiting for some of that orange color to dissipate before he takes that gather. That's how he's cluing into what temperature that glass is. Hi, welcome. So now while Ben is working on the clear glass that we'll be using to stuff into the cup. Sarah has gathered up a punty and will be transferring from the pipe side to the punty side. Can we get a glimpse of that, Chris? So they've just attached that punty, and now we're going to go ahead and break the glass off the pipe side. And this is how we'll be able to open up the cup. He's making sure that the punty is on exactly straightly with the pipe. This is how we maintain center. Water is used then to create thermal shock, and vibrations seal the deal, and the glass breaks right where we've cinched it in. So we're going to be gathering up yet another layer of clear glass. So we're getting that core cold again. Can we show Jack? Over here now, Jack is opening up that cup. Sarah is paddling the lip to make sure it's nice and even while he's using the jacks to lift that glass up. Can we show the stuff cup slide? This is what we're working towards. So Jack and Sarah over there have the outside color, while Ben has the inside color, which in this case is clear. Thanks, Chris. And for those of you who missed it as well, we've got this sample of what we're making here. It's a nice chevron shape. Does anyone have any questions for me? Cool. So now that that cup is thinner, we've blown it out more, it cools more rapidly, so you can see it in real time change color as it is exposed to that wet newspaper. It's going from that bright orange closer to the jade green aquamarine color combo that it is. So what that was he just used that newspaper, and as the newspaper is exposed to that glass, it starts to burn. So he blew out any crumbs of burnt newspaper that could have been in there. Question is, how do we get the color in the glass? Here is an example of a color bar. This is not the same color bar, it's a lighter, more transparent color. Right now, the jade green is opaque, while the aquamarine blue is transparent. Color bar, we have 3 distributors, Kugler, Reichenbach, and Gaffer. They're all manufactured in Germany. And it's all components, organic components. or chemical components. I don't know the specifics, but I know that the different compounds that create the color concentrate create different stiffnesses and of glass. So you can have stiff colors and you can have soft colors, which makes it that much more difficult to be a glass maker, because some glasses are really stiff, some are really soft, and of course those are the ones that look great together. So now Ben is shaping our clear glass. We want a nice pointed shape so that when we go into the cup, we don't tag the sides of it. So this is called a strip gather because we're stripping the extra glass Ben doesn't need off of that inside bubble. We want to make sure that the glass that we're putting inside the cup isn't too large, so we strip off that extra layer. This also allows Ben to have a nice hot gather that will be used to stuff the cup. We want that what's known as furnace heat on the surface so that when we go inside the cup, it simultaneously adheres. Right, so he just blew out any particulates that could have gotten in there. Now we elongate the bubble, we let it stretch, we press down right at the tip, and then he's pushing down so that the sides simultaneously work their way up. If you do it incorrectly, you can trap a bubble of air, so it's really kind of a technical thing to stuff a cup properly. You also want to make sure that the amount of glass on the outside and the inside are copacetic. So the question is, why does the glass look orange? And it's a visual, it's all about the refraction of light through the optics of glass. So it wouldn't matter what color that was. It'll always look orange. That's why even the clear glass with no color looks orange when it's very hot. So on the bench, Ben has been using a wet newspaper, a newspaper that's been soaked in water that we're constantly adding water to. This allows for a layer of steam to come in between the molten glass and the wet newspaper to make sure we don't get stuck. Now what Ben is doing is he's trimming off the excess clear from the punty that was once attached. So the next move will be putting in a jack line. So that's what Ben was doing. He was measuring the width. So the question is, what happens to the glass that gets cut off? You can see that we do have mats by our feet, but it smells awful when you burn rubber, so that's not the answer. We just let it fall to the ground and then it's kicked out of the way. We're not breaking off large quantities of glass, so there's no way we would, for instance, have shrapnel hitting people, but it does tend to break. We've got a piece of glass that was cut off earlier that was kicked under the table, and now it's in chunks about this big. So the clear glass that was stripped into the bucket previously, that is able to be recycled, but as soon as color enters the glass, it's no longer able to be recycled. We throw that clear glass right back into the furnace in the form of cullet is the technical term. The question is, do the glass makers ever accidentally, it's called touching the doors. So the doors are made out of a ceramic refractory material that's porous and also super brittle. So when you hit a door, it does embed into the glass. Does it happen? Sometimes, but not really, not at this level of achievement. Typically it happens when pieces are really, really big and barely fit into the glory hole. For those of you who are interested in seeing that kind of feat, we do have visiting artist Deb coming the March 23rd and 24th, who is planning to make something that will test our abilities and our facilities because it's going to be massive. That's when you're likely to touch a door. So the question is, what kind of things do we make here at the museum? And that is very open-ended. I am a very part-time worker. I literally have no idea what we're making when I come to work. It varies so much. We also have a visiting artist program that's highly competitive. So on days when we have a visiting artist, they set the tone and they set the pace. Ben is our hot shop director. He has made many, many things for many, many people. He knows what he's making that day. I can't speak to really anything else. As far as the visiting artist residency series, the plan is to make anyone's dream come true. You do not need to be a successful glassmaker in order to participate in our visiting artist residency. You just have to have a portfolio that can compete with everyone else who also wants that residency. So on days that we have a visiting artist, it could literally be anything. Now we're working on putting a bottom on the piece. The part where Ben is using the paddle to flatten will eventually be the bottom of our chevron shape. These little legs here. Any other questions? The first question was, how much does the piece weigh? I'd say that piece of glass weighs about 8 pounds because my cat weighs about 6 pounds, right? That's my reference point. The second question is, what is the energy source of the combustion system used to heat our furnaces and glory holes? Our furnaces and glory holes run off of a combination of forced air and natural gas. These furnaces are fancy. We've got something called low fire and high fire. These furnaces are set to 2100 degrees in order to have the glass be viscous. So at low fire or maintaining, it's about 15,000 BTUs. When it's at high fire, we've lost temperature, we need to get back up. We're at about 45,000 BTUs. So what Ben is doing now is he's putting heat into what will eventually be the crevice of the chevron, that curved area. So the glass always goes the path of least resistance. So by building up the heat in the center, we know that that will expand and contract more rapidly than the sides that he's not heating. The question was, why did we go through the process of making a stuff cup? And that stuff cup allowed for us to have the glass closer to the surface. Otherwise, we would have a bunch of clear glass on the surface, and the color would be farther inside. So by using a stuff cup, we're able to put the color as close to the outside surface as possible. It also allows that color to create this gradation because it's having to stretch farther. The question is, how do we color the glass? And glass color comes in 3 forms. Today we're only working with, this morning we're only working with color bar, which is color concentrate. I know that they use gold in the reds. That's basically the extent of my knowledge of the chemical compounds that make the glass color. We've got 3 manufacturers of glass color, and those are Gaffer Glass, Kugler Glass, and Reichenbach. All are manufactured in Germany. We have a local distributor called Olympic Color Rods up in Seattle. For those of you familiar with Seattle, it's in the Interbay area. We also have another distributor that operates inside Seattle Glass Blowing Studio on 5th Avenue, downtown. We're very spoiled here. The question is, if I work only as an MC, I think. Here at the museum, I do operate as an MC. That is my only capacity. In 2018, I was a visiting artist here at the Museum of Glass. That was my first relationship with the museum. I have been emceeing since September, but I do have my own glass practice. You can see some of my neon work inside the store. The question was a little complex, but to summarize, it was, what levels of glass making are there? There's the level where you constantly get burned. And then there's this level, right? So everyone here, Jack being the newest to glass, has worked here for 20 years. So aside from Jack, Jack is filling in for Gabe. But Ben has been the hot shop director and the first glass maker hired onto the Tacoma Museum of Glass team, going on 21 years ago, or it might be 21 years. So it's a long time. Ben started blowing glass in middle school. Takes a long time. Glass is a very difficult medium to work with and can be quite frustrating. The question is, can you get just about any color and can you mix colors? Yes, so this is a combination of two different colors. By having the opaque core and the transparent on the outside, we are optically mixing those colors. As far as what are the variations of colors, there's at least hundreds. And then, although we are primarily working with Color Bar this morning, color does come in two other forms. One of those forms is known as frit, which is essentially Color Bar that's been broken up into different sized chunks. And then we can grind that frit and make glass powder. So depending on how we want the glass to act and the color application aesthetic we're going for, that determines what type of color we're using. Color Bar has the most evenness to it. But sometimes we just want to, for instance, make an ornament that has dots of color. Otherwise, we want to use glass powder to color a heron's head or some sort of sculpture, like a bald eagle head. We would probably use powder for that. So what we're doing now is we're building up heat right on that mass of glass that's attached to the pipe. We're creating thermal shock to be placed into that glass to break it off of the pipe side. Meanwhile, you can see Sarah's busy gathering up more glass on a different rod. She will be sculpting what's known as a sculpture punty, so that we are able to attach that punty rod onto the 2 feet of our chevron. We are making a privately commissioned object today. Can we put eyes on Sarah? So Sarah's gotten 2 layers of clear glass that she's now going to spread so that we can place them on either leg of our object in the center. She's using heat and centrifugal force to spread those glass legs. You can see the rapid motion, that's her elongating that clear glass. In her hand is what's known as a diamond shear. It's named as such because of the diamond shape on the inside that has a cutting edge. Those calipers are measured to the distance in between our chevron legs. It gives her a visual reference on how far apart to make the punty. So the question was about visual reference points, and that does come in very handy as a glassmaker. I work as a machinist at that's my 9 to 5. We call it caliper eyes. Yeah, it is very helpful. And then you also gain these reference points, like how heavy my cat is versus how heavy that glass object is. And it's exposure to things over and over that helps develop those reference points. For instance, how hot that glass is. It's a visual reference point and it's a momentum reference point. I know how hot the glass is because of how much it's moving. So now Sarah is going inside that furnace to put a layer of fresh, clear glass on either end of our punty. This makes sure that the glass is really nice and hot without putting a bunch of heat into the backside that we want to remain stable. So now that fresh layer of glass made sure that when Sarah stuck that punty on, we had proper adhesion in between the chevron and the punty. So what you witnessed there was Ben tweezing that lip. What we've got to do is we've got to trim that lip because an excess amount of glass tends to be right where the pipe was. Also, we want to cinch in that opening to be smaller than it was when it was on the pipe. So by tweezing it out and using the jacks to cinch in, we're doing both of those things. We're getting rid of our extra glass, and we're also making a smaller opening at the top. So by having an opening at the top, we ensure that the glass does not explode or implode while in the annealer. As the air that is trapped inside the glass object cools and heats, that creates the tension that can cause the glass to crack. So by having a small hole for that pressure to escape, we ensure that that doesn't happen. For those of you just coming in, welcome. We are working on a chevron commission that the museum got. An example of that shape is right here. We're gearing towards the end of that process. That hole I was referring to, it must have shut down. So now Ben is using a tungsten rod, which is a metal alloy that it has a high heat resistancy, in a drill to make sure that hole is there. Because remember, we don't have that hole, that air pressure builds up and we can explode. For those of you familiar with metal alloys, tungsten is actually what's used in TIG welding. Does anyone have any questions for me? The question was, how do we get glass color? And it's manufactured in Germany in the form of color bar that we then use to drape over clear glass. Can we briefly show this color drop slide? So this is how we got the glass. We've got a layer of clear on the inside, and we draped over our colored glass bar twice, because remember, we've got jade green, and then we've got our transparent aquamarine blue. Thanks, Chris. That's what helps us to create our striations of color as seen here. We've got that nice gradation, and that is that transparent aquamarine blue stretching at a different rate than our opaque jade green. I was inquiring about what we were going to be making this afternoon so that in case there was a traditional glass blowing happening, we could refer to that. But we will be making another chevron piece and then doing more solid work. Now this is blown. Yeah, so we blew the color cup, the stuff cup, and we also blew the shape to begin with. Oh. We're gonna make one more stuff cup before lunch. Granted, we have time. So you will see a little bit of blowing there. Now this is a hollow object. Mm-hmm. So the question is, do we teach glassblowing here at the museum? The museum is an educational institution as far as spreading the knowledge about glass. Can you learn to make something here? Yes, in the form of our blow your own programming. However, we do not have like a school per se. We do have educational outreach programs. Correct. And Jack was also part of the Hilltop Artist Program, where the Tacoma Museum of Glass, along with Hilltop Artists, joined forces to make programming for young people. Mhm. Any other questions? The question is, how far do we stretch our educational outreach program? I do believe it's centralized to Tacoma, but we have a Friday field trip program where students from public schooling as young as elementary school come in and learn about the science of art and glass and heat processes. And that's any school that wants to be a part of that program is invited. Oh, The question is, when does lead glass come into play? We call it lead crystal, and in the UK and Europe, they still use leaded glass. Here in America, we have put the kibosh on that. So it's only in play when it's in Europe. Yeah, thank you. Enjoy. Any other questions? Cool. So what we're working on right now is a final stuff cup for our final chevron that we'll be finishing after lunch. But we're going to go ahead and get that first process out of the way. So the piece gets loaded into the annealer to slowly come down to room temperature. Yep, those big black boxes. There's one over there, there's one over there, and you can't see it, but we have even more annealers tucked behind here. The annealing process is determined by the thickness of the glass. So if we have a project that needs a longer annealing cycle, we might put it farther away and keep access in here for things that require the typical 8.5-hour annealing process. That is a standard annealing cycle going from 900 degrees over a period of 8.5 hours. On the inside of the kiln is known as refractory materials. So we've got fire brick, we have electrical elements that are heating the kiln, similar to your stove at home. We have mortar, which is, it's brick and mortar on the inside. And then we've got a variety of different other refractory materials like frax and kiln shelf. Correct. Correct. So it's a fine line as far as temperature goes here in the hot shop. We want to put the piece away at about 1,000 degrees, so we know that it's not going to pick up texture from the brick inside of the kiln, and we also know it's warm enough that it's not going to explode from thermal shock when we put it in there. Our lunch period lasts an hour, and it determines It's determined by what time we leave. But it will be posted on the screens inside the Grand Hall, is what that's called. Hello, welcome. So for those of you who are able to see this, and for those of you who can't, it may be really nice and cool in the audience, but here next to the equipment, it's in between 80 and 90 degrees. Our furnaces run at 2100 degrees and 2300 degrees. Can we play the color drop slide, please? So this is the process that will be happening shortly over in the corner. Sarah's got transparent aquamarine blue on her punty. Meanwhile, Jack has a layer of clear and a jade green opaque color. Sarah's gonna get that color really nice and hot, and we'll be draping it over to make 2 layers of color. Thanks, Chris. So even though that glass looks orange or black, it is that transparent blue. And you can see on the screen that the green is closer to its final color because it's had a chance to cool down. We separated that mass of color because there's enough colored concentrated glass on there to have 2 color drops. So we basically cinched out and divided them into 2. Here we're using gravity. You see Sarah's got her backhand up, and we're draping that secondary color on top. The question is why the shape of our infamous cone? And the cone is in reference to a timbering, that's the word, timbering exercise that happened here in Tacoma. We're built on timbering as a resource, right? So we're kind of in a giant rainforest. And then we put a 17-degree tilt on it just to make it fun. Yeah. It does. The length of the rope does help to pull some of the heat away, but a lot of it is based on our HVAC system. You can see that all of the equipment is encased, so all of that steam, you can see this line. Yep. And out the top. Hey, Chris, can you play the wigwam burner slide? So this is what the cone is based off of. A wigwam burner is what they were once called. It's a cone-shaped object that's used primarily in the timbering industry. Thanks, Chris. So now what Jack is doing is he's sculpting the bubbles so that we can start getting ready to make that stuff cup. So this is 4 layers of glass. We have the innermost layer is clear. That's our starter bubble. Second layer is our jade green. It's an opaque color. Third layer is our aquamarine blue. And he just took a fresh gather of even more clear. Now this is called the jack line. This is where we'll eventually be breaking it off that pipe. We use the jack tool to cinch in right after the pipe and before the bubble. So inside the garage, that stuff cup goes. The stuff cup will stay there while we take lunch. We'll be back in about an hour. After lunch, we're going to go ahead and take that right back out of there and start the secondary process of our chevron. As you see on the table, that's an example of what we've been working on. Hi. Does anyone have any questions about that process? The chevron is a private commission. There are 5 total. So we have some from a previous day. We've made 2 this morning, and we'll be making a 3rd after lunch. They're all the same. Absolutely. Sorry, we're just about to take lunch. Yeah, we'll be back in an hour, and it'll be posted on the screens inside the Grand Hall. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the museum. Happy to have you here. We've got a product we are working on right now. It's a chevron shape. Over in the corner, Jack has 4 layers of glass that are now in the shape of a cup. The very inside layer is clear. It's called our starter bubble. On top of that, there is a layer of opaque jade green glass. And on top of that, we've got a transparent aquamarine blue. That color combination will create this gradient like you see on the table here. On the outermost layer is a layer of clear on our color cup. In the center here, Ben has 3 gathers of glass. He will do one final strip gather, and then we'll do a technique called stuff cupping? Cup stuffing? Cup stuffing. I dyslexied those words. Can we go ahead and show a stuff cup? Hey, Chris, you got that stuff cup slide? So we've got the cup over in the corner, and Ben is doing the inside color, but in this instance, it is all clear. The whole inside will be clear, while the outside will have the color cup. And this is how we achieve color being closer to the surface of the piece rather than encased in all clear. Thanks, Chris. If any questions develop, please do not hesitate to raise your hand and let me know. I am here as your visual guide for your hot shop experience. Hi, welcome to the museum. So what Ben is using in the middle here is a newspaper that's been soaked in water. And what he's doing is he's elongating that bubble so that when he goes inside the cup to stuff it, we've got a nice point, because we want to get those points lined up perfectly so that we don't trap air by tagging the sides of the cup. Over here, you can see that Jack is building up heat on the punty side of that cup. What he's doing is he's beginning the process of creating thermal shock that will ensure that the glass breaks off of that punty exactly where we want it to. So by introducing heat and then introducing a colder temperature tool or water, we're able to ensure that thermal shock breaks the glass off right where we want it to. So right now, Jack has gotten the cup to where we want it to be. Meanwhile, Ben is allowing this massive glass in the center to cool down. What we want to do is we want to ensure that we have a cold core. Remember, these temperatures are relative to the high temperatures we're working in, so that cold core is 1100 degrees. When we go inside that furnace, the glass is melting at 2100 degrees. So we want to make sure that glass doesn't fall off into the furnace. So by having a cold core, that's how we are able to do that. So Ben is now taking a gather of glass in one of our 1,000-pound furnaces. That glass is melting at 2,100 degrees. What he's doing now is called a strip gather. He's stripping off any excess glass we don't need for this product. We want that furnace heat on the outside to create that nice skin, is what that's called. So now that we've got a nice furnace heat skin, we know that when the cup is stuffed, it will adhere appropriately to the stuff cup. So we have good adhesion, we have good melting, all of the chips are in the right spot. So now Sarah's lined up with Kevlar gloves, and that piece of that stuff cup is now on a metal stand that has been preheated. It's key that we preheat that so that there is not thermal shock. Now we're letting gravity elongate that bubble. We want the two tips to touch, and then by pushing the glass down, it's filling the sides evenly. So from here, we're going to be able to marver the piece, really make sure that our multiple layers of glass are copacetic and happy together, and then we'll begin sculpting our chevron shape. So this is now 8 layers of glass. Remember, we've got our initial starter bubble. We have our opaque jade green. We have our transparent aquamarine blue. Then we have our outside layer of clear, and we just stuffed an additional 4 gathers of clear glass inside of that stuff cup. So the tool Ben is using to help sculpt this bubble is called a marver. For those of you just coming in, welcome. We're working on a commissioned project here at the museum. We're making the last of the chevrons that we need to make in order to fulfill this commission. So now what Ben is doing is he's removing the bit of clear glass that's been left on our stuff cup from the original punty. So he's able to cut that off so we don't have any extra clear. We want that color as close to the surface as possible. So although the glass does look bright orange or yellow or white in color, remember it is a green and a blue, and what you're seeing is the refraction index of the glass in combination to the heat. So that color of the glass is one way that we know how hot it is and whether or not we need to get it more or less hot. You can see that we're constantly going inside that reheating furnace. We have to do that because if the glass goes below 1,000 degrees, there's a large chance that it will explode or break. Now what we're doing is we're building up heat close to the end of that pipe so that we can put the jack line in. The jack line provides for us a way to accurately break the glass off when we're done building this glass object on the end of the pipe. We will be transferring over to a punty. So by cinching off the space in right after the pipe and right before the bubble, we're able to accurately break the piece off at the end when we're done with this portion. You can see we're using gravity to make sure that that bubble doesn't touch back on itself. At this temperature, glass is really sticky. It wants to stick to itself, which would create more bubbles and more problems. So we want to use gravity, have it pull away from itself, and get a little space between that pipe, the moil, which is the mass of glass on the end of the pipe, and the bubble itself. You can see that the very end has a tendency to stay orange or red longer. We've got a larger mass of glass at the end of that bubble. It's also the farthest point inside our reheating chamber, so it tends to get hotter faster. Welcome to the museum. Does anyone have any questions for me at this point? Cool. So you can see in real time the color difference between the glass that is on the pipe and the glass that is not. That orange section is not on the pipe, so it's hotter. If at any point, any part of all of the mass of the glass, including what is on the pipe, also known as the moil, gets below a certain temperature, the whole thing will fall to the ground and shatter. So in order to mitigate this disproportional heat inside the glass, we use the fluffy torch to put more heat back on that moil. Because remember, the glass that's farthest away from the pipe will always get hotter faster because it's in the reheating chamber longer. It's also closer to the combustion system. And what Ben's doing now is he's squishing the bubble using cork with wooden handles. You can see Sarah is actually capping the end of that pipe. She caps the end of the pipe so we don't completely deflate our bubble. We want to shape the bubble, not get rid of it completely. Hello, welcome to the museum. So now that we've got kind of the vague shape of that chevron, we're going to be putting the bottom in the piece. So for those of you who are familiar with types of wood, this is a cherry wood paddle. So some of you may have noticed that they're flipping 180 back and forth because that glass on the punty side is moving. So in order to make sure that the glass stays on center is the technical term, we're rotating back and forth. Did you have a question? The question is, why don't we see more heat transference up the pipe as the glass makers are using it? The pipe is the hottest right when it comes out of that furnace, because the furnace, you've got to dig in farther. We're only heating maybe 10 inches of that pipe. That pipe is about 5 feet long, so it dissipates. We don't have that same conduction of heat. It's also hollow on the inside, so air has a chance to escape. You can see, though, the difference in color on that pipe. The closer you are to the head of the pipe where the glass is attached, it does have a stronger heat patina. And where Jack's hands are, it's more of that nice, shiny silver gray. And what Ben is doing now is he's building up quite a bit of heat on the bottom in the center there, because we're going to be sculpting that archway. So by building up a bunch of heat in the center of that bottom, we ensure the path of least resistance. We'll be able to push and pull that glass more evenly right in the center where the most heat is built up. For those of you familiar with metalworking sayings, that pipe is a heat sink, right? So it sucks all the heat, which is why Ben is compensating for that by preheating the steel. So by putting more heat right in the center, we make sure that we still have got those legs once we're finished sculpting. We will repeat that process a few times. The question are, what are the sparks that are flying around? Those are little bits of cork that are burning. The paddles are cork. So what we're working on right now is we're working on making sure that the size of the current chevron matches the size of the chevron on the table, because we're making 5 total and we want them to be as close to identical as possible. So by going back and forth with heating and sculpting the glass, we're able to stretch those to make them as close as we can. The question is, how long have the glassmakers been working with glass? Ben, who is our hot shop director here at the museum, has been with the museum since the museum started. He started blowing glass in middle school. Sarah has been here for 16 years, 11 years. I wanted to make sure I had my story straight. So Sarah has been here 16 years. I was right the first time. And she started when she was attending RISD, Rochester Institute School of Design. She started off in animation and then found glass, and similar to everyone working in glass, you become enamored by the material quite quickly. And Jack is actually part of the Hilltop Artist Program, so he started in middle school here in Tacoma. Some of you may be familiar with the name Dale Chihuly. Dale Chihuly actually helped start the Hilltop program as well as the Museum of Glass here in Tacoma. Dale Chihuly is actually from Tacoma, the city as well. He's got the art pieces all along our bridge of glass going from the cone to downtown Tacoma. Do we have any other questions while I'm at it? So right now what we're doing is we're beginning the process of knocking the glass off of our pipe and put it on the puntee. Was that the question? Thank you. The question is, how do we get the oven so hot? So we actually have furnaces that run at 2100 degrees, and then our reheating chamber, also known as our glory hole, runs at 2300 degrees, and they run with natural gas and forced air. That is our combustion. So our furnaces never turn off, but our reheating chambers do. They take about an hour to heat up. So over here, Sarah has started making what's known as a sculpture puntee. We're going to be punting up the two legs of our chevron shape so that we're able to gain access to the part of the glass that's now attached to the pipe. Now you can see Sarah is going into that furnace. She's going to get a nice fresh gather of glass right on the tips of those horn looking dealies so that we're able to make sure that when the punty comes into contact with the base of our piece, we have proper adhesion. We know that the glass is melting to itself. For those of you who haven't been here before, you're also able to walk around 360 to get another viewpoint and another perspective. We also have blueprints of our infamous cone up along the wall there. So Sarah dialed in those punties to make sure that they were appropriately spaced so that one landed on either side. Now what Ben is doing is he's cutting in a little mark so that we know when we're ready to break this off the punty at the end of the piece, it'll break exactly where we want it to. So what was just happening there was Ben was using his tweezers to adjust the punty to make sure that he's spinning on center in conjunction with the pipe and the piece. So by putting his tweezers, he's able to mitigate any amount that it was off while the glass sets up. That's the technical term, when the glass goes from molten and viscous to solid and brittle. So we let the glass set up so that now we can continue sculpting the front end without having a floppy off-center noodle vibe. So now what we're going to do is we're going to tweeze the lip. This allows for us to pull the glass away from itself. And then we're able to cinch that lip back in to have a nice, clean ending to the glass. The question is, what are the paddles doing? The paddles are shielding Ben's hand so he doesn't get burnt from the radial heat. That's the easiest way to get heat rash. You may notice that sometimes we use the paddles, sometimes we don't. That was a particularly long and hot heat because that was the coldest part of the piece just moments ago before we put on the punty, and we needed it to now become the hottest part of the piece. So Sarah got it really hot in that reheating furnace, so it's producing more radiant heat. So that piece of glass just was cut off of our chevron shape. Jack moved it underneath the table because it is not going to go through our annealing process, so it will shatter eventually. The annealing process ensures that the glass is able to live in our temperate room without shattering. It's a process that takes the glass from about 900, 950, 850 to room temperature over a period of 8.5 hours. Annealing, A-N-E-A-L-I-N-G. It might have two N's. Thanks for coming in. So now what we're doing is we're flashing down the piece. Those are technical terms. We're making sure that the piece in and of itself and all of it is a consistent about 1,000-degree temperature. Jack is suiting up. He will be putting the piece of glass inside the annealer. What Ben is doing is he's putting a bunch of heat in that punty so that when we introduce water or a cold tool or a combination of both, we ensure that the glass is going to break right there. So by putting in heat and then making it upset with something cold, we ensure that the glass will shatter. This is the same thermal shock that we try to avoid during the annealing process. However, we're using that same property to our advantage. So there's all our heat. Now here's our cold water. Jack will grab the piece with his Kevlar-lined gloves, and then vibrations are sent up the pipe to ensure that it cracks right where we've really made it upset. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause, please? Thank you very much. And into the annealer it goes. So we have annealers over yonder, we have annealers over here, and we even have some secret, top secret annealers in the back. So depending on what we're making and how long of an annealing cycle it requires, determines where it lands. Right. So the Museum of Glass has a visiting artist residency program where out of a very competitive pool, artists apply to have a 3-day or 6-day residency here at the museum. Sorry, it's 5 days. You do not need to be a glass artist in order to apply. We highly encourage artists from different medias who have a curiosity about glass to come to the museum, and we will make their dreams come true, or at least try to, which is what determines which annealer we go into and which kiln we use and what pipe and all that kind of stuff. We have a capacity to make a wide variety of different things. So speaking of visiting artists, for those of you familiar with the Netflix series Blown Away, we do have Deb coming. She has a residency on the 23rd and 24th of March. Can we play that slide? It's also, I always murder this, Women's History Month. So previously we had Eileen Lagasso, who is a part of Quench Bucket Studio. You might recognize some of her work from the store. She had a residency earlier this month. And we also have visiting artist Catherine Gray, who's another judge on the Blown Away series. Can we play that slide? Thanks. So we'll have her at the tail end of March going into April. For those of you interested in applying to be a resident artist here at the museum, those applications open up around October. Thanks, Chris. Does anyone have any questions about anything? If you can sell it, you qualifies. And by sell it, I mean when they ask for that essay about what you want to accomplish at the museum, you're competing with, I mean, we had 6 slots available. We had 60 applicants. I'll have to wait until Ben gets back. Because they'll have a rough idea, though, because of the amount that we have to refill the furnace. So, for instance, the way I would calculate it out is if we put 250 pounds of glass into the furnace every week, 250 times 52, right? I just don't know that number. The answer is about 10 tons, so 20,000 pounds of glass. So what we've got here is the initial start of the next chevron. Question is, where does the glass come from? And here at the museum, we're melting spruce pine batch. It comes from Spruce Pine, North Carolina, and it comes to us in the form of particulate. So we fine out the glass, melt it all super copacetic in our furnace over the course of 3 to 4 days, which is one of the reasons why we have multiple furnaces. Correct. We are able to recycle the glass that is stripped off into our clear strip-off buckets, but as soon as color's involved, we can't recycle it because it could contaminate our 1,000 pounds of clear glass. The question is, how often are the furnaces shut down? The crucible, the base of the furnace was replaced after 10 years. Can we have the furnace slide, please? So this is kind of the nuts and bolts, what it looks like in there. The ceramic pot is the first to go because when glass is at its molten temperature, that 2100 degrees, is very caustic. So it begins to break down that ceramic pot. Eventually, that pot will crack and begin to leak glass into other areas of the furnace base. These furnaces are designed as such, you can see that they're bolted together here. So you're able to lift the top off, slide the new bottom in. And one of the reasons why we never turn off our furnace is because thermal shock can happen with that crucible, and it's a great way to break that thing. And the crucible itself is about $1,750. Can we show the color drop slide, please? So in Jack's hands is 2 layers of colored glass that are over clear. So we've got our clear starter bubble, we have our opaque jade green, and then we have a transparent aquamarine blue on top of that, and they're all brought over with this color drop sequence. Thanks, Chris. Now Jack is taking another gather of clear on top of our 2 layers of color. That was the final gather that we'll take for the stuff cup. So what's happening here is Ben is starting the inside mass of clear glass. This is called puntying up. So we've got the punty that's in Sarah's hands, and then Jack has the original bubble of glass. Now we're using those thermal shock properties to break it off the pipe side, and then we'll be able to open up that cup to make our stuff cup. Can we show the stuff cup slide, please? So this is what we're going for. Outside color, and then the inside clear glass Ben is working on right now. Some of you may recognize the gentleman with the glass, that is Lino Tagliopietra. We are now the home of the Lino Tagliopietra legacy. There are some Lino pieces outside in our grand hall as well, and as you enter in the hot shop. Thanks, Chris. So now Ben is about to take his final gather before we go ahead and stuff the cup. He's going to do a strip gather, so we're going to let the excess glass strip off the pipe. We do this because we really want that fresh furnace temperature glass on the surface right before the stuff cup. This ensures that we have really nice adhesion and the glass melts. So Sarah's got Kevlar gloves, and on the ground is a metal stand that has been preheated, because remember, we don't want to shock the glass in any way. So we're allowing that glass to stretch, letting gravity do its job, and then pushing down while simultaneously blowing and putting pressure on that glass inside that cup. The trick is to not tag the sides, because that will trap air bubbles that we don't want inside our glass piece. Does anyone have any questions for me? The question is, how do we get the color in the glass? What we've been working on for these chevrons are color bar. So this is colored glass concentrate that we're able to put on top of clear glass and spread it out. The actual chemical component I cannot speak to. I know that they're manufactured in Germany, and they're locally distributed from a place called OCR, or Olympic Color Rods, in Interbay, Seattle. So now what we're doing is we're trimming off that excess clear on the end of the stuff cup. That is residual from the punty that we had attached at one point. So now what we're doing is we're building up an ample amount of heat on the pipe end so that we're able to put in our jack line. This will give us an opportunity to break the glass off as close to the pipe as possible without sacrificing any of the glass for the chevron piece. So this is the jack line. The tool in Ben's hand are called jacks. We're using gravity by having the pipe kicked up to make sure that the glass doesn't touch back on itself. At this temperature, the glass will absolutely adhere to itself. So Ben is using cork in order to flatten the piece of glass on both sides. You can see that that bottom is maintaining more heat longer. It's more of that orange color. That's how I know it's the hottest part, because it's getting more exposure to that heat in our reheating furnace. It's farther back, closer to our combustion system. And they're also going to be putting the bottom in the piece, which is why they want it to get the hottest fastest, so the glass is moving the most at that bottom. Thanks for coming in. Now we're building up the heat in between where the arch will eventually be, because the glass will have a greater expansion and contraction rate where the heat is most present. Thanks for coming in. Have a good rest of your time. Welcome to the museum. So the question is, how long does it take to get proficient at making glass? I think there are two fields of thought. There's the academic way, where theoretically you start off in a glass program and you get your BFA and there's 4 years. And then there's the production way. The production way, you're working in a factory, you're doing it over and over and over and over. You can get fairly competent within a few months. And with a BFA program, it's over a span of 4 years. I did not go to school for glass. It took me about a couple of years, like super duper part-time. And what we're doing now is we're ensuring that all of the chevrons we've made previously and the ones that's currently on the pipe are about the same size. So we're using those calipers to measure both the thickness and the height. This is a private commission. So now we're building up the heat in the glass that's attached to the pipe, also known as the moil, so that when we go to break this off, it breaks off right at that jack line. Meanwhile, Sarah's taking a gather to create what's known as a sculpture punny. Can we have eyes on Sarah? So Sarah put a fresh dip of glass on the end of this sculpture punny, and that helps to make sure that when we attach it to the chevron, that it sticks and adheres. Now we're letting that punty set up or get stiff. As it is exposed to the cold air in the room, it gets harder and more brittle. We want it to have that integral strength so that we make sure it doesn't fall off the ground. Now that we've built up all that heat inside the neckline, we're able to shock it with the drops of water that cause it to break. Now we're gonna get that part that was just attached to the pipe really nice and hot, so we're able to trim our lip. So now we're tweezing the lip, and this performs two tasks. It allows for us to thin out the area that was once attached to the pipe that tends to be the thickest. It also gives us glass that we're able to cinch down on using the jacks. The question is, how heavy is the glass? So the finished object weighs about 8 pounds. There's probably a pound of glass in the moil, so now we're at about 9, and the pipe itself weighs about a pound and a half. So it weighs maybe 11 pounds, but when it's so far out, double that. So it feels closer to 20, but the physical weight is 10, 11. Yeah. And remember that that is hollow, so it's not solid. what we're doing now is we're flashing down the piece, getting ready to box it. To box it means to put it in the annealer where it'll stay at about 950 degrees, and over a period of 8.5 hours, it'll slowly come down to room temperature. So that is the annealer right over there. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause, please? We just finished the last of our chevrons. So we needed to make a total of 5. I think we made 6 just to have an extra.